Good morning, good morning, good morning. You guys see the screen or not yet? Can you guys see my screen or not yet? I'm not sure why it's not loading. Okay, I had some odds. I wanted to see if they would break before 10, which they didn't. They kind of stalled there, but they did test it. There's a little window around 10:04, 10:05. Usually pretty important that you break within like the first 5. So I'm looking to see if they can take out that 66.32. They held the zone pretty nicely above 6658. That was the downside range. We didn't quite open above 6642, which caused that downside. We stalled 6642 pre-market, but we did open at 6634. So we did open in the channel, meaning we have higher odds of getting back to the channel, so back into this beige box range here. This one I took long down here. I was looking to see if they take out that 2020, 2024 wall for a push to 2030, 2050, and I want to see if they retest that 2074 today on MARA. There we go, 10:04 getting that stick break, guys. Really good stick range. This one I had covered and I tried it long again here off 29, but we'll see if this holds because this didn't really look like it was setting up that nicely. It needs more volume down here. Just a penny play. Look at that 10:04 stick, guys. That's insane. 10:04 was the the cutoff there. That's a perfect stick break. That's exactly the kind of stick that we want to see. Look at all that range that we got there. You guys can take some off there if you want. I wanted to see if we get that 4-2 test first. So perfect, 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 perfect stick. 10:05, seeing if we can retest 66.42. 66.42 break here should really help us to get back to that 5.2, 5.8. I'm looking for a 66.66 retest today. That's kind of the idea. A lot of it depends on what they do here around 10:04, 10:05 in terms of whether or not they actually want to take out this 4-2 wall. There's only about 40 seconds left in follow through here. Okay. We'll see what kind of range we can get. I had some alerts all preset for these spots here. Can probably change this one to the maybe 375 or something. See if we can get an immediate follow through stick here at 10:06. This is a really big spot on MARA, so just be mindful of that. Okay. ES kind of watching the first 2 minutes here just to see if they take it back over this 6738 spot and a 2-minute window to see if they come back and retest. We can probably give ourselves like a 5-minute window here just to see if they can break. This would be the midpoint stick, so breaking at 10:07, 10:08 would probably be the best case scenario. 6642 is a massive overhead. This is an annual range here. You can kind of see this morning was pretty spot on. Like the way that they traded this. You see how they held 6624 back here? Okay, like this area here. Then they've stalled. They failed to get back over 5152. I noticed that back in here, they did, they held core ranges overnight for a while. But back in here, I noticed that they did take out 5.8. Do you guys see this? So this could help us here a little bit because you see how they held 3.8 here, then they stalled 5.8, then they held the zone at 3.2, then they stalled 5.2. That can help us a tiny bit here. Then they broke it back down to our 6624, 2.8 area, and then they stalled 5.2, brought it to neutral, stalled 4.2. This one's starting to get some decent sticks here. I have some alerts set, so we'll see if it gets some structure breaks. And let's see what ES does here in this 5-minute interval, because 10:04 was really important that they get back above 3.2. And I like that it went over opening range. It didn't just stall 3.4. Okay, so that was also very important. Do you see that? How 10:04 took out opening range too to 3.8. So let's see here. We're giving this like a 5-minute window. A lot of it just comes from understanding, I guess, like structure. Some of them are general rules that I've created too. Okay. I don't want to miss any exits today, guys, so I need to focus too. Because I'll be pretty mad if I miss exits like I've been missing the past few days streaming with this volatility. Some range and reduction off that 10:09 stick after stalling here. So just be a little bit cautious. See if they try to negate off 10:10. I would still be a little bit careful in these ranges up here just because obviously there's a lot of overhead between 3.8 and 4.2. MARA getting some really nice stick breaks here though off the 10:10 stick. ITP is also getting a nice break. I don't know if any of you guys try that off 2.9. I just figured it. I want to see if it at least tries coming back over 3.1.8. So if we can break within this window here, okay, it can extend us another few minutes. A pretty important point in the day to see if they actually give some structure breaks or not. 2025 retest here on MARA. I think I have that 2025 set here. So double inside bars here on ES. Usually if this can break within like that 15-second interval and break out of that outside range. So you see how it just took it out within like that 15-second interval, then it could typically break within that 30 seconds. So usually you'll get those structural breaks here. Do you see that? Okay, that's fine. I'm probably not going to ask many questions anyway. I'm focused on my own positions. And market's too volatile to sit here and teach you guys in real time while I'm trading. You guys can follow along if you want. But I just turned it on so I don't have to type. And so I can help you guys in terms of odds here. MARA getting a really nice break through 2025. So I was looking to see if they could take out that 2030, 2032. Which can push this to 2050. ES kind of stalling the 3.8 line here. What time did you guys say Powell speaks today? Okay, so we still have lots of time until then. There's that 2030 test here on MARA. I was thinking if it breaks 2025, it could easily take out 2032, 2040, test this 2050. I'm looking to see if they can tag 2074 because I feel like there's some pretty good odds that they can clear these areas today on this one. Mostly because crypto also was like sitting at major support down here. So it was already breaking up before crypto even broke. So crypto was sitting at support when this was already breaking, meaning this could have room for upside, which can help it continue, if that makes sense. So like this could already continue to here, which could help this one fall all the way through. There's that 2040 test. Immediate single stick. This is the exact price action I expected to see around 2025, 2032, 2040 with no stops. ES getting some nice sticks through 4.6, 4.8, 4.2. Not exactly cleared. I would have preferred that they closed directly above 4.2 here, so you could see some volatility on that stick break. If you want to take some off here on ES, that's up to you. I was thinking we could get the retest of 5.2, 5.8. This is definitely a big spot though. The only thing I don't like is I would have preferred that they did something like this, like where they actually closed at 4.2. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? And then cleared 4.2. That would give you way better odds of getting a more cleared confined break. So we could see some volatility here. Okay, I had an odd here for 10.14, so they broke at 10.13, which is good because that's ahead of flip. And we're testing basically the top of the channel here, which is that 66.48. MARA, really clean break if any of you guys try that. I didn't get a chance to put it in right away this morning, but even from where I put it, they're still moving really nicely off this area here and this area here. There's that 2050. This one's kind of stalling a bit. I'll cut this one if it goes back to break even. There's that 2054 break on MARA. This is exactly what I would have expected, is because I was looking to see if crypto would also get this kind of move. I don't know if any of you guys tried these today. ES should be able to get some good sticks here. I just want to see what they do by the 1017 mark. Yeah, you could have covered some up in this area too. This is a pretty big spot in general. $20.50 single sticks. This is exactly what I was thinking we could do. So 2034 is where I'm looking, or 2074 is where I was looking to see if they would break that. Breaking this area here is what can get us back to 21, 2139, 2141 today on MARA. Let me just set some alerts. If you want to take some off here, you can. I wanted to see if they would test this area first, personally. Yes, I want to see if it breaks ahead of this 17 stick. So I'm looking for a 66.48 break. Okay. Izzy's looking basically to see if they can We have very good odds based on where we held since we didn't break down the zone. Okay, to ideally break 5 points higher. So what we're looking for are some structural breaks here. This would be the first one. Okay, are you guys listening? This would be the first structural break around 4748. Second structural break here is going to be around that 57, which could give us a retest of this 58. Okay, and if we break 5758, that should help us in terms of getting a 6662 retest. It would just basically take us back to the structural support. The goal for today is for us to try getting back to some core ranges. It kind of just neutralizes us on the week. Okay, MARA getting a nice break. ES breaking 6648 here. Okay, let me manage my position because I don't want to fuck up. Okay, you guys should be up. If you guys aren't making money on this, I'd be pretty surprised. Okay, 66, 47, 48 test here ahead of that 17 stick. MARA getting a bit of a reversal after stalling 2060. 2060 is a huge overhead on this one. That's about where I figured it would stop. So you can already see the reduction in range here. It's about 16 cents, which is probably pretty close to this 2074, 75. Oops. I want to see if I already have it set. I want to change. Oh no, I have it set too. Okay. Maybe I'll just change this to 66495. There's that 5-2 break on ES. Do you guys understand the concept here? So I was looking to see how much range they reduce. You see how they reduce 16 cents here? Hello? Are you guys listening? Do you see how they reduce 16 cents here? Hey? Do you see how this puts it back at an odd? Of getting that break? SPY getting a really nice move here. That was my first cover, guys. Hey, that was my first cover. Just FYI. Should see some nice moves here on SPY and ES continuation. Obviously, you need to be a little bit cautious here. I have some sell orders set for $3 for my 658 calls that I picked up this morning. 660s are now like rolling into in the money. Same with the 6, or at the money. Same with the 661s. This is where we could see that 666 break. I'm just going to set this to 664. And you see this is mostly because they continued here post this 2-1 stick. None of you guys should have missed this. If you guys missed this, I would actually be insanely shocked. Okay? And I'd be really disappointed too. So this is going to be the first major overhead around that 6163 wall. MERA getting a nice break. Did you guys understand this concept here? They reduced it by 16, which kept it in play for 20.74, okay? That was the concept here. 66.57 backtest here. These are calculated spots, 66.58. I'm looking to see if they can get this back over 66.66. MA 8 getting a really nice break here again. You can cover some here if you want at 21. I had an auto sell order here at 21. I'm thinking this could get that push to that 21.39 today. This is a really good trade. And look at where crypto hit. Okay, big spots here. You need to be very careful on ES here, guys. This is a huge spot in the means. This is where volatility can start getting implied. So just be very cautious of this, especially around this 10:30, 10:36 window. Okay, so 10:30 getting some reduction. See if they immediately negate that. Otherwise, this could definitely fill some range back down. Yeah, XOM, that's a really good one, LI. I did see it this morning. I didn't take it though. I wanted to see if it would hold off that 110.93. This is a really good break, especially when they clear that 111.71. This could easily get back to that 113.29 area, like these calculated ranges up here. ES, guys, these are the midpoints. So remember how I said we're going to watch this 5-minute window here? Look at that, 66.64 tested here, right on time. Can someone document this? Between 10:30, 10:36. I was looking to see if this midpoint would hold 5.7, okay, at 3.435. Do you see this? And we're going to watch that 10:38 stick here now too, just to kind of see if they give us some decent structural moves ahead of 11. If we can get full range break, which would be a break of 6.666, 6.668 before 11 o'clock, then we have some pretty good odds of getting back to core ranges today and potentially the zone. That could put 66.88 back in play for the session today, okay? Can someone tell me how many points we're trading off lows here? What's the full range we've moved off lows? Oh, this is a 68 point break. Okay, this is a 68 point break here, guys. Off lows. Extensions here would be 88 points. Okay. Even the 79, 78, that's around 6.4. 88 points would take you back to 8.1. Remember what I said, if you get full range breaks, we're working with about 128 points today. There's a chance that they could literally take us all the way back to 67.22. 67.22 could be in play today. I know it sounds insane, but that's just the kind of market dynamics we're working with here. They've already taken out half the range here before mid-session, okay? So if they gave us a full 132, 128 point range off lows, that's going to be close to that 66, 21 to 24 to 27 area, okay? A lot of this is going to be relative to what they do here before 11. For now, I was working with the 6666, okay, 6668, 74, basically just to see if they bring it at least back to these ranges here. And it makes sense too, because off of lows, okay, this area here is about that 80 to 79 point range, which is usually that's a third, right, or a fourth of 346 is around 79.5 to 81. So it makes sense that they stalled there. Whereas an 88 point break would take you back to 8.1. That would be like back to like this structural hold right here. Okay. So these are just some of like the midpoints that they could take it to first. If and when they break 6.6, 6.8. MARA getting that retest of 21 here. And of course we'd be looking off of 8.8, off of the lowest closing stick. These areas should align with 8.8. Do you see that? So off an 88 point break, off the lowest closing opening sticks. So these are the lowest open close, okay, which is 6.599. That was another reason why I went long there, okay, is aligned with 6.688 off an 88 point break. So just something worth noting. Today's actual opening range, so off of 930, is how we could also get, do you see what I'm saying? That's also, so today's opening range was 60, or is it 66.34, okay? That is also how you could potentially get 66.21, 22. That would also be an 88 point range, okay? Do you guys see that? 667,250, that's an 88 point range off of today's open. Everyone's on the same page in terms of what we're potentially looking for today. First overheads are obviously going to be around here, okay? These are going to be the 30 two 33-point breaks right here. Hence, there's a lot of overhead around 6.6, 6.8. 6.6, 6.8 guys are 34 to 32-point ranges off of today's real-time open. Okay, hence there's a lot of overhead here. So if we're basically able to break these areas here, okay, these are the 32, 34-point ranges around 6.6, 6.6, 6.6, 6.8. Can someone document that? If we're able to break these early enough, okay, we should be, this is around the 40, 38-point range. We should be able to see this area break closer to a 44-point area. That would be around 7.8. That's where we could get the upper core range. There is a chance they could nest it between 7.8, 8.1, 7.6 for a while. That's fine. If they want to consolidate core areas this afternoon, okay, before mid-session, I don't really care. Okay, that's the idea, is we want to get back to this area here. Even if they nest it all afternoon, that's okay, as long as they can potentially get us back to the zone today, okay? If they don't get us back to the zone today, it's not the end of the world, but obviously it'd be better for odds if they did. On a full 66-point break, there's the odds that they probably stall the 66.99, 67.01, 67.20, or 6700. So like basically the neutral zone stalls if they were to stall this area here. Okay, a full break off whatever would be like 67, 62. I'm not looking for that today. I think that's kind of excessive. Unless Powell comes and says something like magic or something. I'm not looking for that. Even this range that we have right here is technically more than enough. Off the actual open close, since we closed in the zone, like these would also be 33, 32-point ranges, okay, from the open close. So just write all this down. This is where all the confluence comes in. 6722 is also 32 to 33 points off the open close for the session. A 44-point break again is the top of the zone at 6733. Okay, so that's how those areas could come in play. I wasn't really looking to break above the zone today, to be honest with you, so like above these areas here, but let's say that they somehow magically did. This is where there's that confluence in the means around 6755, 6766, 6764, okay? A full 88-point break would take you right back to Friday and Thursday's open close for the session, so around 6 or 6.6, 6.778, 6.779. I am not thinking we get there today, but it's just a huge area. Nice job on that. Good job on taking City. It was a really nice move on the banks. I feel like a lot of people kind of just let those go offside. MARA getting that test of 21.16, 21.20. I'm looking for this area here on MARA, so huge breaks on this one if anyone tried this long trade off those lows. I covered half off 20.74 break. I bought back actually 20.50 calls because I initially had the 20s. 20.50 or 21? Yeah, 20.50. I guess you could have bought 21s, but did anyone do this MARA call? Crypto also getting a nice break here, so I could imagine that if this were to bust through, it would probably help this one get to these ranges here. Do you see how we're stalling this area here, guys? Because this is the 32 to 34 point range, okay? Okay, off open. Okay. Another way you can look at this too is this is also, I think, 22 points beneath yesterday's close. Yeah, it is. So there's going to be a lot of overhead here. Do you see that? That's the 22-point range. This area here beneath yesterday's close, like around 6.7, 6.8. Off the high range, this is also the 44-point range. Okay, around here. Do you see it? This is off highs. That's another area of confluence. So there's a lot of overhead around this 66, 68, 74, and then here you can see it's like linked back to 90. And as long as we break before 11, I think that our odds are pretty good. I had some odds just after 1045. We're watching that 1048 to 1050 window. That's the first test of 66 here. 66, 66 being tested. Did you guys catch this move? I'm really hoping you guys did. It's too big of a move not to. Okay. I'm not surprised that they're stalling 6-6 the first attempt, just because it is a really big wall. That's the first reduction stick here, just ahead of that 4-8. And 6.75 points, that's quite a lot. That should imply close to like these 7-1 to 7-2 areas. Yeah, I guess I could see that. I mean, everything kind of, all the conditions were met though. So, like, had we not broken this range here at this time, I would have cut it too, but we did. Had we not broken at this point in time, I would have cut it, but we did. Do you get what I'm saying? So it made, remember how I said this morning, like, based on what they did and where they held 2-2, 2-4, 3-2, 3-8. They held exact range, right? They stalled exact range. Had they not taken out or tested 5-8 here, then I would say with confidence that, yeah, you probably won't even test 6-6. But the fact that they did implied that they'll probably, and they held the bottom of the zone, implied that they'll come back, they'll take them out all in lots. 2-2, 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, 5-8, 6-6. 6-6 is where there's going to be the most overhead, between 6-6 and 6-8. And if they can break this ahead of 11 or even before mid-session, that's where we could start to expand on the session today. MERA getting that retest here of 21. I wanted to see if they try breaking back over this 6-4 area here off 1050. You guys can obviously do whatever you want, but do you guys understand the structure and the move here? Like, as long as you guys understand it, that's all that really matters. I don't, like, whether or not you caught it, okay, like, is obviously, okay, but if you're looking at it from, like, this perspective of things, the 05, let's say the 24 to 22 to 32, 38, 42, 48, 58, 64, 66, 68. Okay, if you're looking at it like this, Okay, I don't want to take up too much time because I know markets are kind of volatile today. Okay, if you're looking at it like this is pretty obvious. Like, this is extremely obvious. This is this right here where they kind of nested and stalled. They'll probably take it back to these core areas to nest it in, okay? That's one thing. But the first thing that makes the most sense here is, one, they did test 5.8 here, okay? Had they not done that, then I'd be like, yeah, this is not going to hold. They did. So they then brought it back, and this is where they held 3.8. They brought it back here. You can see they tried holding 3.132, stalled, okay? 5.2. They brought it back, held 2.4, okay? Stalled, 5.2. Brought it back all the way through, held 0.6, okay? Stalled, 4.2. 4.2 is a good stall. Brought it right back, okay? Held the zone. This is where you could get multiple structure breaks, okay? Where they'll take out 0.6, 2.2, 3.2, 3.8, 4.2, 4.8, 5.2, 5.8. The big stall is going to be this area here at 6.6. Okay? I don't want to get distracted at a big overhead either, so. I just set those alerts because I really needed this back over 5.8 and 6.150. That's why I set those, because we don't want to wait too long, and we're getting super close to 11. I just want to see if they can at least try retesting this area here ahead of 11. I'm looking for a 66.66 retest here before 11. Technically speaking, we don't have to get here till mid-session, but getting here now helps us potentially get 6.722. Is everyone on the same page? Okay, if you can get to core areas ahead of mid-session, you have very good odds of getting to 6688 and potentially expanding all the way through to 66, 67, 21, 22, 24, whatever the case is. If they stall this area here, especially at this point in time, then that's when we can probably just consolidate core ranges this afternoon, limit range, maybe stall 6688, maybe hit max range 6699, 6700. Do you get what I'm saying? So pretty big area, pretty big point in the day. Okay? I also don't know if you guys were paying attention to this, but this broke range this morning too. Need some, there's not many viewers today, which is kind of strange. They're stalling 6663 here, ahead of 11. So it kind of already gives you an idea that there could still be some volatility between 5.2 and 6.4, which is basically the means. This is the means, this area here beneath this line. So let's see if they try getting a break here at right at 11. I'm going to watch the 11:04 to 11:03 window too, just like the first few minutes post hour. They're still above 5.8, which is good, but kind of similar price action to what they did here. Like you see how at the 10 o'clock window they stalled 3.2, but they had still tested it a few minutes before. This is pretty similar to that. So do you see this? And it took about 7 minutes for them to break. So back in here they tested. This is where they had odds to negate. So maybe they're working in 7-minute intervals, which is why they can come back and retest here at 11. That's a really cool time theory that you guys could maybe practice on your own. Okay, maybe see if they can get back over 6.4, 6.6. So they're taking about double the range in time. Off the reduction sticks is where maybe they could have some odds here, you know, like just after. Otherwise, this could extend the window all the way through to like 11:07. Yeah, a lot of it's understanding time and price though, right? Like I know that 3.2 is an overhead. I know 3.8's an overhead. Does that make sense? So, and this could also be happening because of the amount of time it took for it to break 4.2. Remember how they didn't break 4.2 right away? Like breaking 3.8 was good, but I would have preferred that they broke 4.2. Okay, so does that make sense? So like maybe based on this and based on when they tested 6666, there could be some odds here that they want to break closer to like 11:02. Does that make sense? It's kind of just trying to use like a practical theory, but you have to also understand what the calculated price points are. If you don't know what the calculated price points are, then there's no point. So this would be the earliest odd for testing 6666 would be around this 1102 frame. Okay. 1102 retesting 6666. So far stalling 6665.75. Also going to be watching that 1107. These are the more calculated times. I had just marked 1103.04 just because to me it made a little bit more sense if they'd want to try pushing there. How much time is left in this stick? So it looks like they have the highest odds around 07. I just wanted to see if they'd bring it back here. If they at least test 66. Oh, they did. Oh, they did test 66. I didn't realize that they retested that high there. This had the highest odds for a retest here, and then a potential break. So that's good. This gives you odds to expand through 6.8 during this 1103 to 1107 window. Okay, can someone document this these sticks here, please? These are some pretty calculated times of day just after 11, especially around the 33 to 34 point ranges here for ES today. Wow, single stick breakthrough 6.8, guys. That is insane at 1104. 1104 was kind of calculated here that I was watching earlier post 11. If they break 6.8 here on the first attempt and they still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, they could easily push this to 7.4, 7.8. If they take out core ranges, like I said, super early this afternoon, that could imply what? If they don't want to consolidate core ranges, what could that imply? I think this is now the... Yeah, it is. This is 75 points. So these are some core breaks here. These would be 88. Yeah, that could imply some expansions today. $66.66 taken out right at 1102. 66.68.25. 6669 taken out right at that 1103 mark, which helped odds for 1104, 05. 07 has really high odds, so I'm wondering if they try tagging 74 here. Okay, 74 is a really calculated area too. Yeah, none of you guys should be missing this trade. If you are, I'd actually be extremely disappointed. Okay, I said it first thing this morning. As long as we hold 8.8, 8.9, structure is still bullish. Okay, so you have no excuse. Like, there's literally no excuse. This was last night. So you have no excuse. And it's literally in here. $11.05 getting full break to 7.4, guys. That is insane. They're really going to try testing 7.8 here. 67.74.25 tested. That's an extremely calculated area here this afternoon. You guys should be getting some pretty good range breaks on these trades. These calls that I grabbed this morning have already gone up 400%, so you guys should be making some pretty good money too. You can cover some at 7.4 if you'd like. I want to see what they do off 11.07 because this would be the odd to actually take out 7.04 or 7.4. PLTR is always vertical. When has that name not been vertical? I feel like that thing is always going up. I have never seen that thing going down. Can someone document this, please? You guys realize that we're catching something that majority of traders aren't catching, right? Like even the moves back to 6.6 or 6.8, I would bet that a vast majority are probably pretty scared this morning to take on these trades. They're stalling 7.4 here off 11.07, so just be a little bit cautious. See if they try turning this back around before the final 10-second close of this stick. Because that is a really big overhead here. This is where they could consolidate, like we said earlier. Seven four, you guys, is a really big overhead, so I'm just being a bit cautious here. There's some extended windows through 11, 10, and 12. So if they really want to try saving the range here, they'll have to try to negate during this time frame. I think at the very least probably have to retest 7.4, because this is an area that they could easily consolidate for up to an hour or two. It's a pretty big overhead, okay? The 7.4 mark was also, plus if they want to flag this, they can. So far this is engulfing. So for this to engulf, it would have to take out yesterday's high, so that this could easily be an outside bar today. But a lot of it's going to be relative to what they do here. And like I said, these are, again, these are 44 point ranges here. Okay. And 34 point ranges here. So very, very, very big spots. Do you see that? Okay. Off opening range. And these are kind of like the midpoint breaks. This is the 34 point break here. This is kind of like stalling 39 to 40 points. These would be the 44 point breaks here. So 7.8 has a lot of confluence. Off of lows, we're basically stalling a third of that to 346 or 128, which is usually around 79 to 81 points. 88 points would be closer to 8.1. Okay, so upper core ranges are more aligned, so around 7.8 to 8.1. So let's just see if they try to negate during this little period that we have here. What did you guys trade this morning? I didn't trade too many names. Mostly the index. I traded MARA. I traded gold a bit this morning. Gold actually has a really nice base here. Nice. So far they're stalling a bit here, guys. This is a really big area between 6.8, 6.6, 7.4, 7.8, and 8.1. Basically back to core ranges, which is this area here. Okay. Based on how they broke structure, like how they didn't take out 3.8, 4.2 in a single stick, or like 5.2, 5.6, or 5.8 in a single stick, or like 6.6 in a single stick, or directly to 6.8, I feel like they could be sideways between like some of the upper means to lower core ranges so far, or mid core ranges, which is so far how they're trading this. Let me just delete these. Because no retracements here could imply some volatility, so I'm just being a little bit careful. Nice. NQ was really good too. Basically also held like their zone or 66-point metrics. So NQ's ranges would be like probably around that 24,004, 24,796. This area here. Yeah, they are. Not like super nicely though. Like they still need to try holding over, I would say 5.8, ideally over 6.4, but they're definitely taking out 6.4. I could just tell because they stalled 7.425. That 7.4 is a huge spot. And technically we have until mid-session to clear these areas here anyway, so they still have a lot of time. It's just if they get to these areas before mid-session, then that's where we could start expanding back to the zone, which would obviously be a huge move off lows. This one's getting a bit of a break here. I have some alerts set on this. Okay, I'm gonna just quickly grab some water. These are the 16-minute time intervals that I was using earlier, right around 11:18 to 11:21. So probably an important period to at least try sustaining like some range here, right? Like maybe at least back to like minimum 6.6, ideally 6.8, just to like at least retract some of this range. Does that make sense? You can use that 16-minute interval today too if you want. 66.66 trying to be tested here off that 18 stick. Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry, I was chewing, but this basically keeps it back in play through 11:30, 11:36, 11:39. No, it wasn't, because it still tested 6666. That was the condition ahead of 11:23. And 11:23 still held the means at 64, 63. They're still stalling though. Like, I still would have preferred that this is still volatile, because you would have still preferred that they took it out right here. You still would have preferred that they took out 768 right here. Do you see this 0.75 offset here? Can you see it? So there's still some volatility risk. MARA getting some really nice stick breaks through 2116, and breaking through that 2118 wall. MARA getting a really great break here, guys. Back over this 2118, 2120 area. I was looking to see if this would get 2132 to 39 today. Yes, don't be surprised by that though, guys. Like, these areas can give you volatility. You can see a lot of whiplash back and forth. You're trading between two different zone ranges and potentially max ranges too. These could also be max ranges for the session. Like, these are really big spots. These are not like small spots to be trading within, okay? Like, you're trading at 66, 44, 34 point intervals here. These are really, really, really big areas for the market. So, what is that? What's... What language is that? It looks like Russian or something. This window here between 11:30 and 11:39, like I said, huge, huge, huge point in the day to come back and retrace and retest 6-4, 6-6, 6-8, 7-4 break here at right at 11:36. These were the times that we were talking about earlier to try to come back and break. I want to see if they can try tagging this 7-8 area. 7-8 is also a core range. This is also a calculated spot for today's session. I'm just going to mute myself again if that's okay. $21.39 target hitting here on MARA. This is a huge, this is an area that could push this to 22.39 just as an FYI. So it is a really, really, really big area here. Okay. That's a single stick break on MARA. This could easily push this to 22. You could start seeing some single sticks here. Headlines coming out too for, there's a 3-bar up here, guys. 1, 2, 1. This could flag 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6, 7, 8 being tested here. The idea was to try testing these core ranges here ahead of 12. It's 2150 being tested here on MARA. This is a big spot, especially on a 2139 break. This is where we could start seeing some good pushing points to like 2174, 2160, 22, 2239. I'm setting some alerts, guys, for our spots. When I went back and looked at that reduction, it had odds to get us to the zone. Okay, so these are expansion periods here. This is a 3-bar up, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth bar is going to tell us if we're going to expand for another period of, and look at that, 6, 6, 7, 9 being tested here. 80, 8, 1 is the overhead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. These are the sticks that can tell us whether or not we're going to exhaust or expand and continue. When I looked at the range reduction, we had odds at 9.9. I don't know if you guys saw that, or not 9.9, sorry, 90. So when I went back here, there was a odd that this is giving a 14-point break. Okay, which means 66.90. 66.90 in play, 66.88 in play. Looks like we're heading back to the zone here ahead of 12. You can start raising your stop. So far, this is an expansion period, especially with the fourth bar pushing 8.1. 8.1 is a very calculated spot here for ES. This means that we can get a push to 8.890 within the next 4 or 5 minutes. You can cover some here if you want. I'm going to take a tiny bit off here. Not all of it, just a bit. You guys better give me tips today. I don't usually ask for tips. But this is a huge trade. Or at least get me something nice for Christmas. Because I highly doubt anyone's going to stream a move like this. And we almost got the full range break. Plus this MARA trade, I don't know if you guys took this. I bought the 20s originally, 2050s, and then I added the 21s when they held this range here at 2074. I feel like these ones I covered too early. Thank you. Well, don't. We could get 6720s. 6720s are in play. M-Dog. Don't think you missed the move. There's a really good odd that we could actually get 6720s today. 67, 22, 23, 24 are calculated ranges on a break above these areas here, especially if we hit these ranges before mid-session, which we're doing. So my thoughts were if we can get these core ranges before mid-session, we have a pretty good odd of getting 6720s. Okay? Okay? I know it sounds crazy, but there's a 128 to 132 point move potentially in place for today's session. We've already hit a 66 to 88 point range here. Even this one, like look, 2074 already being tested. This thing could easily trigger 22, 2239. Look at the stick break here at 4.9. This was the odd of extending here on that period before 12. Thank you. We're getting the breaks here, guys, to the zone before noon. I can't believe they're actually doing it. Wow, they're actually doing it, guys. Oh my god, they actually might give us the full range today. That would be insane. That would be insane. 88 tested here. Okay, hold on. Wait. Why did I delete this? 4, 5, 6, 7. This was the 7th bar expansion. 8, 9, 10. If they can get to that 66.90 off this bar here, guys, they could easily expand this. This is a beautiful example of a 3-bar up continuation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. Okay, if they expand this, 66.90 to 66.91 is a huge area for us. When I measured the reduction here, it gave me an odd of getting to this area here before 12. Okay? 14.25 right here. Look at that. 66.90 being broken here. 66.91.50, 66.91.25 were our previous calculated ranges. This is the 10th bar on this 3-bar up. Tenth, 11th bars are usually the riskiest, so, and it's right off that 66.90. That's insane. 66.91, 66.92. These are huge overheads here. I don't know if anyone is playing this, but these are huge spots here. 6694 could now be in play. 6699. We're looking for those breaks of 6701 to 6706. And we have odds of getting 6722 to 6724, 6732 now in play for the session. You know what? Maybe those odds of 6750s and 60s could actually be in play today, depending on how much in the zone they move here. That would be insane. I don't want to get too carried away, but sometimes when you have odds, you just kind of have to take what you're given. Do you know what I'm saying? Thanks for the reminder, Brendan. I forgot. So I would say we definitely want to be back in the zone before he gets on the mic. Like, that would be ideal. Crypto got that full break. So 113 is what could trigger another 6K move on crypto. He speaks at 12:20, right? I was just looking to see like the three bar break, how long it took when it stalled on that 11th bar. I wanted to see if they'd kind of hold the line around here too. This is like where they started breaking down range. You can kind of see like right here. So it was really important that they tried making somewhat of a bottom off these areas here. I want to see if they try retracing range back by 12:16, 12:18 before he gets on the mic. This reduction in range so far is implying a 67.08, 67.04 retest. It's a weird time because it aligns with us breaking into the zone. Because it aligns with us being at 66.88. I just want to see if they can get back here by like this 12:16 flip. All right, let's see here. MARA, I'm looking for a 2220 break for a 2239 test here. And these calls actually exploded if any of you guys did them. I played the 20s, 2050s, and 21s. All right, let's see. See if we can get back into the zone here before. How many think we're going to get back into the zone here before Powell? Quickly. Let's do a poll. 6688, 6690 retrace before Powell. I'm only going to set that to a minute since there's only 2 minutes left. So they at least brought it back over 8.6. They did test 8.750 here. I had odds at the 18 to break. So can you guys vote on that quickly, please? Let's get more votes than that. There's 60 of you guys watching. I expect at least 30 to vote. A8 break here with a minute to go. See if they can retest 90.591. If you want to cover some before Powell too, you can go ahead. I think if they test 9192 here before he gets on, it could actually really help the market conditions. How much time do we have left, guys? 30 seconds. 9-1 being tested here. Nine two being tested here. Massive stick break here, guys. Huge stick break, guys. I had some odds around here, so huge breaks here, guys. It's exactly the kind of price action I thought we could get. Let's go. These are really huge trades, guys. That's insane. This is exactly that move that we just talked about. It was around 6,700, 6,705, 6,708. 6,708 was the calculated range. Okay, so that's the area where I would maybe start expecting some volatility. I think we're going to get 6720s, guys. 6720s are in play. And maybe odds of 6732, 6738, 6744. I had some odds earlier when I measured range all the way back to 6755 and 6760, but I feel like that's just kind of too far out. Okay, so I don't know if we're going to get that, but that was like a max range if they really expand. We haven't even hit mid-session yet today too, which is crazy. It's not even mid-session yet. You guys, if we hit 6720s before mid-session, that is insane. That would be insane. Like, that would actually be insane. I love you guys too. You guys should have had some really good trades here. And I hope I influenced you guys to buy even when it was up. I don't care if it sounds like chasing, it's not. If the odds are there, it's not. Also, like, those calls that I bought early morning, like I traded the 658, 661s. Those initial calls that I bought this morning, I only have 3 contracts left. I picked those up at like $1.10. These just hit $5.50, $6. I covered half off 3 and left the other half. I only have 25% of my position left in those ones. MARA too, I'm getting very close to hitting one of my first covers here on MARA. On the second break. Try not to over trade the session too. Like I do think that we'll get some good trades. You can start rolling into tomorrow too if you're starting to get kind of nervous up here. See how it's stalling that 2220? I want to see what kind of ranges, guys, we get for the 1230, 1232, 1236, 1238 mid-session range. Okay, mid-session is around this period here between 1241, 1245. Okay, these are huge points in the day, especially if they can break 6705, 6708, 6710 by then. Even if they want to nest the neutral range this afternoon, I don't care. We're so close to engulfing. Can someone tell me how close we are to engulfing here, guys, on the session? From a percentage range, what did we hit so far? We're probably already at an 88% range here, right? Once you usually hit 8.8, okay, 8.9, you almost always extend, okay? So let's see. This is the 8.8. This is the 8.889 range here, guys. It's 2220 finally broken on MARA. I'm watching the 1230 to 1245 window here for mid-session. We're coming right back to our big areas here. ES getting some really nice range breaks here. LVMH. Nice. A lot of names also just coming right back to their old ranges. So like Intel's pretty straightforward. If it held above 3465, could be one to start watching again. A lot of these names are also just rinse and repeat. I want to see if we get that 3-2 break. Can you guys hear me? I don't know if I turned my mic on or off. This is the window here, so I just want to see. And they did break over 02 here, so that's good. I want to see if we can get a 67.0550 test around that 1236 mark. Just because it is a pretty big, heavy area here. $67.05 being tested here ahead of 236 or 1236. This is really good for odds. The big overhead is 67.08, 67.10. Okay, since we did actually test and break 67.12 overnight, this is going to help our odds too. I don't know if you guys pay attention to any of that stuff. Do you guys actually pay attention? So if they tested these areas overnight, okay, which they did, do you understand how this can really help our session in real time? This 6688 hold a single stick break through 10, 12, 14, and directly to that 18 spot. Remember how yesterday we said that there's a lot of overhead around 18? 67.12 to 67.18 test overnight help us tremendously today, okay, in terms of sustaining and breaking range. So, and these were calculated areas that I had yesterday, like around that 14, 15 to 18 area. So, and 67.18 is off the weekly report. It's clear alignment with zones, but it's also like breaking these helps us get our odds, right? So the fact that we broke these overnight, and that was one of the conditions, is we try breaking 14 overnight. We didn't have to break 20 overnight, but we did have to break 14. Is that correct? Okay, what was the overnight condition? Test 6, 7, 10, 6, 7, 12, 6, 7, 14. Okay, 18 seemed like a overhead, 67, 18, which is on the report too. That's kind of like a midpoint. And I think from yesterday's session it was also calculated. So these areas really, really helped us. We have higher odds today, though, of getting to those 20s, so we'll see. MRA had a bit of a range reduction here. These are really big spots, so I'm not really surprised. I think crypto also stalled off that 113K here. 67.05 being broken here ahead of this 3.8. This, we want 67.08. 67.08 was a reduction in range, so that's a calculated area here. 67.08, 67.0850. $67.0850 stall here. This is a really, 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 really big overhead, so just be aware of that. Mid-session approaching here. Guys, mid-session's approaching here. Breaking this area mid-session is huge. 6708.50 is huge. 6710 is huge. Odds of 6720s are really, really, really high. Mid-session break here. Did you guys capture most of this trade? What was that overnight high? I'm just gonna put it to 67.18. These are really, really big areas though to be getting to here. Yeah, that wasn't enough. We needed 12 yesterday, remember? We needed 12.13, 12.14. So if they break it this time, Brendan, they have to take out 12 and 14 on the first attempt. Does that make sense? If you take out 11, you can't stall 11. You have to take out 12 and 14. Yay! That's exactly what we want to hear. Need everyone to be green. Yeah, it was. I was lucky though that I wasn't in ES on Friday. Out of all days, you guys, I didn't have an ES position on Friday. Isn't that so weird? Like I had my Intel and then I had covered half and then I had my so I had other positions, but I never had an ES position, which is so weird. But that being said, I was also a little bit late catching the short. There, see, this is the 67.11 break. We need to see if they can snap and take out this 12.14 and right at mid-session, guys. Mid-session is around 12.44, 45, 48. Mid-session break is right now. This is huge, okay, in terms of breaking that 12.14, 18 area. I don't think we necessarily need to break 18 right now, but if they can at least try taking out that 12.14 range. Yeah, but I still had like 3,000 drawdown and like gave back like a lot in profits on whatever I had left on Intel. Like at that point I was like, shit, I wish I just covered everything off the open. But it's okay. It's part of trading. Sometimes that shit happens too. There's nothing we can do. We just gotta keep moving forward. All right, here's the mid-session break. Let's see, you guys. We need a break of 12. We need a break of 12. Do not stall 12. Don't stall 12. 67.12, 67.13 being tested here right at 12.45. 12.45 to 12.48 is the mid-session. This is exactly the type of range we need to push here in order to get full range on the session today. Full zone is in play now, meaning we have odds of getting to 67, 22, 24, 26, 32. There's pretty high odds that they can take this back to the channel. 67.44 is the area that we had to hold last week to mitigate risk. So retracing back there today could also really help us mitigate risk ahead of midweek. The 14th is a multi-flip date. We have odds to negate as early as when? Or retest as early as when, which could keep us back in play in durational until October 22nd and 24th and 29th. I don't think many people would have saw that coming. Thankfully we did. So we saw that if they can retrace some range back here, okay, especially by the 13th, 14th, these are huge days of negating range. They can take us all the way back and reset us as early as the 16th. Which would basically negate this downside move that we had. And I honestly think we're the only people that probably understood that trade and caught it. And it was because we were already aware that we had those odds from way before, right? For the 16th and 22nd continuation. So it would make sense that the 13th through 15th negation of downside range. And the fact that they held the 346 points is crazy. Massive range breaks here, guys. Huge range break, 67.14 being taken out in the single stick. I'm looking to see if we can get those 67.20s today and potentially expand on the session. How many points have we moved on the session now? Did the YouTube people catch this? Everyone should have been at least still long for odds for 67.20s. I've entered 7 times total today on ES and SPY. Okay, so you guys have no excuse. I had 7 entries. My core position was obviously off the 6599 and 6605, but I did another entry when we broke right here, another entry when we sustained right here, another entry when we held right here. I rolled some in for tomorrow. I bought back again right here off 6699. Okay, so there's no excuses. I don't like when I hear people say, well, I'm just gonna wait. For what? The market doesn't really wait for anyone. Like, especially when they kept confirming that they want to take this higher. 67.17, 67.18 is a huge spot for us. The calculated range is around 67.21, 22.50, 24, and 23. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. You missed what you thought you missed. Or as much as you take on risk. That's actually a perfect analogy. You miss as much as you take on risk, okay? So like you only miss out on the risk that you're willing to take. If you don't take any risk, then that's what you're missing out on. That's just what it comes down to when you're trading. This is still a big area here though, don't get me wrong. This is a very big spot that they can stall, obviously. Depending on where we break here before 1 is going to be huge. Do we have any catalyst after 1 o'clock, like any auctions or anything like that? Yeah, gold was getting some crazy breaks on gold. Someone asked me about gold yesterday too, and like, when should I buy it back? It's like now. Like, right now, you should buy it back. Gold is heading to 4,300 on this break. Session wick and calculated area. Calculated spots are 67, 17, 75, 67, 18.5. Okay, this is also approaching, like, this was mid-session. We met the mid-session conditions though, okay? We don't have to break 67.18 during mid-session. All we have to do is take out 67.12, 67.14, okay? During this period here, okay? I know, and the dollar. Like, None of this is like going completely opposite of, I think this is blowing people's minds that gold, the dollar, and ES are all going up at the same time. But it makes sense because they're all in expansion periods and negation periods. So like if they have to defend themselves sometimes, they'll just do what they have to do. On gold, this is a massive area to be breaking. This is what could get us that breaks to 4,227 and these big marks right here. So okay, is anyone in gold or trading gold futures? 67.18 being broken here at 551 on ES. This is a durational trade for the session today. We're super close to engulfing. What's a 25% break, guys, on ES if we engulf? Can someone double check that for me quickly, just so I can manage my positions, please? If they give us a full engulfing, shoot, and extend this, hold on. What is this thing doing? If they give us a 25% extension here, we'd be looking at 67.51. So yeah, those areas could be in play, you guys. That's actually insane. And I looked at that this morning, and what this is basically, this is the 128 point move here, guys, before 1 o'clock. We're moving 128 to 132 points. That's what can put us at 150 point odd for the session today, off of the actual real-time open, which is around that 6634 area. This area here, this would be an 88 point move. I'm just refreshing your memories here. If they gave us full range off the actual session open, that's where we could get 128 to 138 points here. That's what would take us back to 67.50s and 60s. That would put 6752, 6758, 6764. Basically back to the means in play, which is a very huge area for us if they did something like that. So that's how these ranges could be back in play for the session. Okay, so I'm just giving you guys full range potential just because it's not even 1 o'clock yet and they've already moved this much. Okay, if they gave full range off of the actual session open, so session open, session close, we're hitting a 33 point ratio here around 67.23, 67.22. These are huge spots at 2223. If they give us full range breaks that give us continuation, there's some odds that they could stall 6735, 6734 area, so basically like right in the zone. If they give a 44 point break on a 66 point range break, this also aligns with the 675758. Okay, so that's where there's some alignment there in terms of that. So just so that you guys can see this. Okay, this is if they gave a full range break there. So we definitely have some odds considering how much they've moved. Okay, if they gave full range break back all the way to 88 points off session open, session close, that's how we could retest Friday and Thursday's open and close, which is back to 67.7850, 67.79.75, 67.81. I don't think we have odds of getting to 67.88, but it would be insane if they did. At that point, that's the only way that they could give us like a full range day, which would be insane if they did something like that. That would give us 68.23. I don't think we're getting anywhere near that, but these areas do set us up for potentially coming back and filling that 68.22, 23 area that we failed, okay? That we couldn't achieve last week. This is what puts an extension in play for 6822, 6832 by month end, okay, with odds as early as October 16th through 22nd. Is everyone on the same page? This is what's putting those odds back in play, okay? So it's really big spots here. See what kind of ranges we can break here before 2 o'clock or before 1 o'clock. Thank you so much, Smos, for the gifts. Thank you. You're the best. Yeah, it doesn't look too far off now. We still have some progress to make, though. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, this is a lot of range, but this is... It's still in an area that could imply volatility, okay? So... And I think from an overall range perspective, we said this is... Now, I think we have to get back over that 75% mark, which aligns with our 6744. So do you see why 6744 is such a huge area to retrace and get back to? That's the area that we had to sustain last week. Otherwise, there was odds of some mass volatility. Okay, so this area here is what we failed. As soon as we failed that, that's when we started taking out multiple structural breaks. Just be very careful, guys, up in this area up here, because it is a lot of overhead before 1 o'clock. Can someone measure that reduction in range right there, please? Just to see what they did. Also, if we're breaking range like that, guys, let me know, because I have positions open too. As much as I want to help you guys at major spots, I also want to help myself. Make sure I don't miss any potential stalls. Like 6720 stall is huge. That's a 13-point reduction here so far. I'd say for continuation on this, they definitely need to try bringing this back above. Probably at a minimum over 6712 before 1. Otherwise, this volatility risk could get super high here. I missed a cover there off 6720. I hate missing covers. I thought I had an alert set at 6720. How did that not go off? And I wish one of you guys said something about us breaking back beneath 14, because I definitely didn't want to come back beneath 14. Especially if I'm going over ranges and stuff, guys, at huge spots. At least let me know next time, because I have big positions open. And that made me miss my cover. It's fine, but though that's like a 1,400 profit that I just gave back just on that small cover. Which is why I hate streaming days like this sometimes. Especially if I have to go over things at a very big spot. And then no one says anything. Why am I helping everyone if no one even helps me a tiny bit? I'd even have my alert go off. I thought I had one set at 67.20. I thought it still stalled 67.18. Do we have any catalysts happening at 1 o'clock? For any auctions? I didn't check. We might, but I don't know, Brendan. I feel like if they held 9-9 here in the neutral zone, if they can take out 12-14, especially during this 07, 08, 10 period, then we probably want to nest above 14 between there and that 22. Like, we can definitely digest, but if they want to take us to the channel today, then I don't think they'll digest this area too long. It just kind of depends on how much range they retrace back here in the next, like, 2 to 3 minutes. Okay? Because if they want, because I just did the reduction in range and it aligned with 6738, 6742, 6744. When I looked at the range reduction they did, it was almost 22 points. So if they retract this after 1 o'clock between this 104, 107, 108, 110 period, especially back over 1214, then I think that they might want to actually get this to the channel today. I don't think 6722 would be max range. Does that make sense? Because they already tagged the bull zone here at 20. And that was before 1 o'clock. Plus, we always have our period between like the 120, 21, 24, 30, 32 for imbalance prints. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if we already hit 6720s for mid session, then I don't think that the channel is like completely out of the question. But it's like I said, a lot of it's going to depend on what they do here at 07, 08, 10, 12. If they want to come back and try breaking out of this neutral range. Did they test 14 here or no? 1375. Okay, let's see. I'm just annoyed that I missed that buyback because I missed my exit here. I didn't want to add more without taking covers up here. Intel getting a really nice break if anyone tried that. This one has odds of getting back to that 37.16 area, 38. This one's stalling 22. I'm just going to set an alert for 2205. XOM pretty close to that spot there too. So far they're stalling 14 here. Okay, let's see if we can get the break here of 14 at 10. So then I would say by 12, you probably want to come back to like the 16, 17 area, maybe during this period here. Can someone document this? 67.14 being retested here off that 110 period. This is the time to try negating, getting away from these neutral ranges, which could help us in terms of not reducing range. So if we can clear these areas, then we don't have odds of range reductions. The neutral zone is between 6699 to 6714. Everyone on the same page? We want to avoid that. If we can avoid that area, we have odds to continue expanding this afternoon. Otherwise, they might start limiting range to 6720s and 30s. Okay. think they did tag it though. They tagged 14.75. Still no clearance. Still have that 112 stick. Did we have any catalyst, guys? I know we have some Feds. We have a Fed speaker at 3:30. Can someone write this down? At 1, we did have a speaker in the UK. These are my time zones, so 1 p.m. GBP UAE speaker, 125, so 325, 330 FOMC speakers. Okay, so we do have some speakers this afternoon. Today's Tuesday, right? And we did have the 6-week auction. 6-week auction, not too bad, but Fed speakers at 325 and 330. $212 doing exactly what we wanted. 67.14 break, 67.17 retested. I wanted to see if it clears neutral zone, test his bull neutral zone, which is that 16.75-17 line, and breaks open above 14. This can just help reduce our risk a little bit this afternoon. Thank you guys so much for all the subs today and gifting subs. It does mean a lot. And thank you for the tips, even if they're like a couple of dollars, it means a lot. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, David. You guys didn't have to. I hope you guys made money today. I really do. It doesn't seem like it's so hard streaming, but it is. Like this little drawback here, that was like $1,400 for me, which is fine, but it's like then I don't get to buy back here because now I have to manage my risk. Do you know what I'm saying? Because then if I bought back again here, then I have to double watch and make sure that I don't. Yeah, I saw that too, Noble Mom. So we'll be cautious for that for the 130 period, especially if we haven't broken 67.20s yet, right? So we're definitely making sure that we're all on the same page here. Thanks, M-Dog. What was the trade that you captured when you came in late? Oh, drive safe, Noble Mom. Don't text and drive. Or even worse, trade and drive. So they're stalling this area here. They still cleared it, but no breaks of 17. We'll just watch to see if they can do some turnarounds here off the 18 period. 16 is usually a flip during this period anyway. Okay. Nice. The 662s move nicely too. I traded 661s, 2s, and 3s today. $658s also. 658s were the ones that I initially bought this morning off $1.15. Those hit 7. I only have 2 contracts left in those though. I know playing SPX today would have been great. But honestly, they kind of moved the same as the SPY calls did. To be honest with you, like my calls went up almost 700%. So they were still really big moves, even on trading SPY. That's a really good trade, Katie. Here's the 22 break on MARA. It only took it like all afternoon to get back here. I think I need coffee is what I need. I'm almost scared to move. Oh, that sucks, Snack. It's okay though, at least you still bought back. And that didn't stop you from trading. Yay. Okay, I want to see if they try getting this back above this 14 here off the 18 stick. 18 through 21 period can help odds. I'm not sure if Trump is speaking. Can someone confirm that, please? Very nice, Slipperman. Good job. Range reduction here off that. So they did get it back over at 18, and then you can see that immediate reduction off 19. It's going to be a bit of a battle here between these ranges, okay? MARA getting that break over 22. I want to see if it gets that 22-20 break. This is where I figured it was going to stall before, and it did. Right around this area here. I don't know if I have the alert set again. Let me just reset that. It's just the kind of week it is, right? It's just understanding, engaging the market. We already had odds for range this week. Like there's already odds for 132-point days for the next 2 weeks. So it's just kind of the odds, and we held 6-5-8-8. We also opened in the channel. We also tested 67, 12, and 18 last night. There's a lot of things that go into it, right? 67, 12, 14, 18 test overnight. 65, 88 hold. 66, 34 open. Today being a multi-flip. Odds before the 16th, multiple flips on the 16th for a continuation from the 16th to the 22nd. I can go on and on and on and on and on. Do you know what I'm saying? We're working with 246, 256, 346 point ranges. When you only have 4 days, right, and you have that much range, half of that range could be accomplished in 2 days. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to like make it make sense, but think about it. If you only have 4 days and you have 346 points in range, you can hit half of that range in literally a day or two, right? 256 points over a period of 3 days, you can hit half that range, which is 128 to 132 points in a single day, right? Does that make sense? Especially if you can get to mid-range within a period of 3 days, which is around 300 points, right? 346 points, 256 points. You're gonna have like days like this, especially if you hold major areas. So we already knew that holding 6588 is huge. That's a huge spot. Like if we held that, that means that we could really try pushing, expanding, whatever the case is. Obviously, a lot of factors go into it. We also broke range before mid-session. Breaking range before mid-session is huge. There's a lot of things to track. I'd be a liar if I said, oh, like there's not. There is. There's a lot of things to track. Also, where they held support, they held our annual ranges. If you actually are studying, 6624, okay, 6642, these are annual ranges. Okay, they held those ranges. If you're paying attention, go look and see where they held, where they stalled. Okay, go back and look. They held all these spots. Okay, go and look. They built structure off those spots. Structure is important too. I think I sent it this morning anyway. It's all in the Discord. Are you in the Discord? It's basically a multi-structure flip. And they also broke 6666 super early. That was huge. And then we had the expansion period here to break in the zone. And we broke into the zone before Powell got on the mic. This is huge. So yeah, there's just a lot of factors that go into it. Some stalls here. I would assume that these reductions are to 2223. I was looking to see if we can test 6720s, specifically 2223 around this 130 to 136 window. See what kind of structure breaks we can get here. I really need water, but I feel like I can't walk away from my desk. Not yet. I feel like I have to wait till we hit these 20s first, or at least test them and see what kind of price action we can get here. What do you guys think? Let me set that to 2 minutes. Can you guys all vote on that, please? Let's get some more votes, guys. Come on. I set it to 2 minutes. So if they can break, I would say 2-2, 2-3. They have odds of getting that 2-9, 3-2. We're trying to determine our odds here. 22-20 retest here on MARA. Still looking for that 22.39 and potentially 22.50s. Can't believe I didn't grab water. I'm so dehydrated. I can't, not right now. Not off these tests here. Because if they want to rip this to 6732, then we could get 6750s today, and I don't want to cover too early. I'm like changing my stops as I go. Because I want to see what we get first. No, I have too many positions. It's just not, it wouldn't, I can't. And it's only 5 minutes. I'll just wait here just to see what they do. Okay, let's see. 67.21. Let's see. 132.33 would be the midpoints. Thanks, Katie. Wait, what was that alert that just went off? I don't even know. Oh, I think just it backtesting 67.17. Do you guys feel it being heavy up here? Does it feel heavy around 67.20? It should. Our 67.22 to 24 potentially max ranges for the session today, if they do not want to continue to expand us. Yes, okay, so it should start feeling a little bit heavy up here. They could also, like Brendan was saying, delay and consolidate these areas too if they don't want to break during this point in time, especially if they decide to hold off till after 2 o'clock or something. So far, that's some reduction in range right here between 130 and 133. So far, that's a 6-point reduction here during this period, so they're now starting to recycle ranges just a little bit. Are you guys seeing the saves on these sticks here? 2239 being tested here on MARA. It's getting super close. ES got some really nice stick breaks back over 14 here, just ahead of 4-1 to try saving some of this range. They're really trying their best to not take this back to this neutral range, especially ahead of 2 o'clock. Volatility could definitely start coming in though, so just be very, very cautious of that. Did MARA break 30? Or is it stalling 30? They're still stalling this neutral range here. I want to see if they can try breaking back by 4445, especially ahead of 2 o'clock around that 4850 window. Single stick break here ahead of 4-4. This is the exact kind of PA that you want to see on ES, especially ahead of these very crucial points in the day. $17 retesting here. I want to see if they try testing that 1775, 1825 off that 4-5 stick. What's the high, guys? 20? Like exactly 20? This is the 4-5 stick, guys. This is going to help our odds for retest as early as 4-850, and 6720s being now in play during this session today. Where did they stall there? 1875, so they did test 1825. $20.25, okay. This area is super, 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 super heavy. Oh, ITP is getting some stick breaks. I don't know if anyone took that with me off 29. This one's starting to finally move. This was my penny stock play for today. Thank you, Super Gal. Nice. I was thinking I could get a retest of this this 4-1, potentially this 4-2, and then it stalled at my 4-5, 4-6 area today. Maybe this one could be an after hours runner today too. Who knows? All right, come on, ES. Give us some breaks, please. 148, 150. Those were the earliest odds I had for retesting 6720. 6720 is not quite high enough. We need closer to like 22, 23. MARA getting very close to filling here for me. 2239 being tested. I figured this is a big spot for this name. If it breaks, this could give us some very good pushes today. Crypto kind of just stalled the 113. What do you guys think? ES breaks here at 148, 150. 6720s. I just wrote 6720s quickly, but it's technically 6720 break, and then 6722 has to trigger. They're breaking 20 here ahead of 48. 67, 19, 75 being tested. Right at 148. I know it's already happening. Your votes don't count. It's already happening. We need at least 22 though. 22, 23, whatever that spot was. I don't think 20 is high enough. Can someone give me the exact numbers, please? They did take out high of day, though. See if we can get these range breaks before 2. 22.48 single stick breaks here on MARA. This is the exact kind of price action I'd expect on that break. There was odds to push this to 60. I figured that these contracts probably go to $2 here. Really, really nice play on MARA. If anyone is trading that one with me. 22.53.58. ES kind of stalling here a little bit. Can someone give me the exact ranges, please? Give me the exact calculated ranges on ES. I sent them to you guys earlier. Eddie, I relogged it off that 295 earlier. I'm looking to see if it can get that break of 3.5 to get this back to like, these are the target ranges today. I don't know if it'll get all the way there, but it basically has odds to 50 still, but maybe after hours. Okay, might be an after hours mover. Needs to get over 3.6. What are the exact spots, you guys, for ES? Why do you guys always wait for me to do it? What were the ranges? What's the 128, 132 point range? Can someone write this down? 672125. Six, 7, 2, 5, 2, 5. $150 retesting here. Basically wanted to see if they break these ranges off the real-time open. This is going to be the 88 point range. Can someone write these down, please? 6722 is definitely it. 672125, 6722, 2525. Those are the calculated ranges. From the 33, 34 point breaks, it's 672275, 672475, and 6724. No, 6725. So those are definitely the spots. There's odds to break this to 25. 25 is definitely an overhead. 150 earliest point in the day to try testing 6720. What is it? 2150 or 2125? 672275. Okay, they stalled 75 here so far, but they did tag that 2125. And then 25, what is it? 2525 and 25, right? These are the calculated spots for this period here ahead of 2 o'clock. This is what could expand us to 6732, 6738, 6744 on the session today. We did have some odds that they can get us as high as 6752 to 6766. I'm not sure if they'll do that during the real-time session, but there's definitely some odds on the table there if they wanted to try pushing. See if we can get some breaks here. Please break so I can go drink some water. Please. 67.21.25 still tested. 67.22.50. I think 2.5 is really the big overhead here, though. Like this 2.5 overhead. Especially ahead of 2 o'clock here. We've got Fed speakers also at 3, 3.30, 3.25 or something like that. This is definitely a good area to take something off if you wanted to. MARA tagging that 2255, 53. That range reduction earlier implied some breaks to 6.4 and potentially all the way back through here. I'd still cover some on MARA though, because that one doesn't hold its gains that good. So just be a little bit careful with that one. ES getting some massive reduction sticks here, especially ahead of 2 o'clock, right around that 151.23 window. And the range is about 6.25 points. They've been breaking down range about 6 to 7 points each time. This is a huge area for the index, guys. especially with some stalls here at 18, and specifically at these points in the day. These areas up here, guys, are very tricky just because they can be max ranges for the session. So I'm trying to be very, very careful because technically 21.25, 22.75 is enough to be max. I just wanted to see if they held the line here before 2 off that 14. I would have still preferred that they were above 17.75 before 2, so this is still a little bit risky here. And then I was looking to see if they try retracing some range back by like the 204, 207 window. So far, they're not really doing a great job of holding the line here. So just be a little bit more cautious with your exits. I wouldn't do any entries here though. Okay, that was perfect timing for 212 for 17 snap, right back over 14. This area is really tricky off 10. They still held 08 here, which is good. 10 holding here is good. 12 would have been a bit better, but at least they tried saving the range by bringing it back over 14, right at that 210, 211 mark, and then testing 17 here. This can keep the window open for usually the most important point in the day for like the later afternoon is usually around 224 to 230, 232, 236. So, I mean, obviously, if they can break these ranges here, the idea is to do it before then so that we can have some odds of expanding this afternoon, especially if we've got some Fed speakers at 325 and 330. These areas are still very, very tricky, especially beneath 1725 and 1825. Okay. Wait, can you guys hear me? I don't know if I have my mic muted. So this is an important period, guys, to basically try holding above this neutral zone, okay? You see how they're breaching a bit? That's risky, okay? So this period here, it's basically just to try staying in this blue zone here. Do you see what I'm saying? And this actually should be a little bit higher because bull neutral is like, I mean, I guess we could add like another zone here, but like basically this area here, okay? Okay, does that make sense? Like this is the bull neutral area. So we definitely want to try holding above here and then breaking above here during these points in time. Otherwise, they could just take this back to the neutral zone. Max range will be in. We can start looking at covering all of our long positions. Okay? So you see how they're trying their best to hold the line, especially above this 14. They're breaching below still, but they're also breaching above or breaking above. So they still broke above 17. They still broke above 16 here. So even though they're breaching below, they're still breaking above. They broke above 14 here. So how important do you think the sticks are around 21, 24 that they actually close above to keep this durational through that 230, 232, 238, 248 period? Can you guys believe this? Even if we don't even break a new high today, that's insane. That 67.22 was actually tested, and we knew that from the open. That's insane. I don't like this look on the 20 stick. Risk is starting to increase a little bit here because they're now battling between neutral zones. Bear neutral and bull neutral. It's kind of a fight between bulls and bears here. Bears have more control beneath the yellow line. Bulls have more control above that blue line, okay? These are kind of the time frames to watch ahead of 230. One getting a bit of a breakdown here back to 12. This is where risk really starts to increase for the markets this afternoon. So like I said earlier, you can start looking at hedging off your positions. They could easily try negating though off the 2-4 stick, so we'll just wait a second here to see if they try doing a negation stick. I would imagine that there's an increase of volatility here, probably back to the 10.08. Well, you should just be managing positions here. That's why I was saying earlier, I don't think I would try longs off here. Like, I know that they could give us some range breaks this afternoon, but for me, I think this area is a little bit too risky for me personally. Mostly because they stalled 2275. I think if they had taken out 2275, then maybe not. How many here think that they're going to negate before 24? Negating means getting back over 14, I think. 2260 being tested here on MARA. I think I had a sell order at $2, so that must have filled now, I think, on those contracts. I only have 4 contracts left on those. Oh no, it's at $1.99. They haven't filled yet. What do you guys think? Come on. Do they get back and try to negate this downside here? Hold off 67.10, break back over 67.14 off that 224. That's what could give you odds of doing something like this. And breaking back to 17.18 and just keeping this very two-directional, but still keeping range in play for the 230 to 248 period. Which obviously makes it very whiplash back and forth and hard to trade. Which is why I said I would just manage positions in these areas here. They're not really areas that I think I would look to make a trade. Just because they're super risky too in terms of max ranges for the session. Slipperman's always a perma bull. So far no breaks, even off that 30-second interval. See if they can, final seconds here. Do you guys see the pressure though during these periods? This looks like they're going to hold off. $13's not high enough. They need a lot higher than 13. This can get super volatile here, guys. Just be very cautious. Okay? I personally won't. You can if you want. Only because they did tag 21.25 and only because we still haven't approached 230 yet. Like, I would probably only short this above 17 or 18, personally speaking. This area here is kind of a risky spot for both longs and shorts, especially because they still have some time. Maybe if they don't get back over 67.18, let's say by 230, 32, or even 14 by like 228, 229. Like, to me, it's just a lot of risk here, personally speaking. Like, I feel like you could get killed if they did something like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they could easily take this back over 14, 227, 28, try to retrace back 17, 18 by 230, 232, try getting back to 1920. Like, if there's just too many odds because they haven't broken beneath 08, okay, or 05. So unless they broke 08, 05. 2265 being tested here on MARA. I think my calls might have filled there. I just have runners left on this one now. Yeah, so like caps lock, had they not broken 21, okay, or had they broken beneath 08, then okay, yeah, sure. Do you know what I'm saying? This is a very neutralized trade on both sides. Both bulls and bears have an even odd. Does that make sense? Unless you break above 2275 or beneath 08. The odds are equal. Okay? But what do bulls have on their time? Or what do bulls have on their side? I just give you guys the answer. They have time, yeah. Oh, I got some fills on those. Nice. I can't believe Emery actually hit 2 on those contracts. This is a huge trade, guys. These are... I know, like, ES is moving, but MARA was a great trade if anyone tried that with me today. Even when it was, like those calls were literally, like, 50 to 80 cents this morning. And now hitting 3. And then I bought back the 2050s and 21s. 21s, I picked those up at $1 and just covered at 2. So even those still had some good odds. All right, let's see. 67, 17, 67, 18, 25. Very important points here in terms of like the bull neutral zone to retrace, especially by like the 230, 232 period. Okay, we don't necessarily have to hit highs here, but I do think that they have to, at the very least, try retesting this range. So what do you guys think? I'm writing so slow. Thank you. Well, you know what actually caught my attention with it too is it was moving before Bitcoin broke. So like when it moved here, Bitcoin still had odds to push to here. Okay, so that's what gave us that expansion odd, right? Because it already had pushed back to 2020, 2040 here. Like I did the first long earlier this morning, that second long off that 20, and then the 2030. The third one off that 2139 hold. I'm gonna lose my voice today. All right, so far stalling 1725. I do think that 3132 testing at least 1775.18 is very important to keep some of those odds in play for retest. As early as 238, potentially delayed all the way till 240, 48, 250. Idea is to try seeing if we can retest highs before 3. Okay, is everyone on the same page? 67.22, 67.25 are some major overheads for us today. 67.21.25, 67.22.75 were the first max ranges that we had on the session. We did tag 2125, but we stalled 22.75 at 22.50. There's a lot of confluence around 25, 25, 25, so that's one of the reasons why they could come back to take this out. Them holding 67.08, 67.10, 12 can definitely help our odds a little bit this afternoon, but these periods have to try breaking some of these bull neutral ranges around 17.75 and 18 just to kind of help increase the odds to keep these in play. Otherwise, there's still a lot of risk at stake because it's kind of a bit of a battle between bulls and bears here. Like even this 3-2 stick breaking back to 14, like this doesn't help our odds in terms of getting some good structural breaks here, which is still keeping this very two-directional. I can't believe the breaks on this one. 22.76 breaking here on MARA. I only have 4 contracts left on that one. I feel like I should have maybe left some more. Those contracts I bought, guys, went from $1 to almost 260. Those are some really big moves on this name. And that was even after it already moved to 22. Or not 22, sorry, to 2039 or whatever the spot was that we picked up earlier. Sorry, guys, I'm not answering questions like that right now. Not at this point in the day, not at this price point, not with multiple positions open. I don't really care about tomorrow right now. I care about real time. We'll talk about tomorrow, end of day. I think in general, though, it's if we get to 67.20s, it depends on where we pin in the zone, which makes sense. Like if they keep us in the zone, right? Like so far it looks like they want to keep us in the zone based on where they're stalling here. Okay, so maybe this becomes now a pinnable afternoon in the zone, and where they pin us in the zone can help us determine, you know, the kind of range or breaks or whatever that we want to get for the rest of the session or the rest of the week. Does that make sense? If they pin us neutral, we probably have 2 directional odds. If they pin us bullish, neutral, we probably have some upside odds. If they pin a bull area, we probably have odds to break to another zone. That's one way that you can look at it or think about it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, so remember how I said I wouldn't short right here? Wait till it gets at least back to 17. This 17 failure here, that's where you could have tried a short, especially when they stalled at 230, 232. Do you get what I'm saying? Short it back to 10.08, cover there, and then you could look to see, since odds were closer to 4.5, 4.8, and they held here at 4.1. Do you get what I'm saying? You could try along there at oh 08. Had they done this closer to 4.5 though, 4.8, then this would have been a continued short. Does that make sense? So you actually have some odds of holding oh 08 here as long as 4.5 tries to retrace 14. And same with like you need some follow through before 4.8. So basically there's a lot of pressure during this time period here to basically try getting back over the 12 and 14 mark would be the case. It is a really tricky long just because and short just because we could be limited on range now for the session and there's still an hour left. Okay, there's some pressure on here, guys, for bulls at 4, 6, 7. Like I said, they need to get this retracement like this. Okay, especially during this 4, 5, 6, 7 period. You probably want to tag for 14 ahead of 4.8 to give you some odds of maybe tagging back over the 17, 18 areas that you failed to do here during the 4, 8, 50 period. Okay, so 4, 6, 4, 7, some pressure to take out 67, 12, 67, 14. Don't get too excited, Slipperman. This still is not clearing 14. Okay. I know they did it like final seconds here and they pushed, but this really, like, look, they did it like literally the final 5 seconds. Do you guys see that? To 14? So we need to kind of do something similar here on the final few seconds. Do you see that? Look, final few seconds here breaking 14. Because I would say that the 50 to 54 period is pretty important that they try breaking 15, 16, 17, and like right away, because we don't have that much time, because we're trying to come back and retest by 3. There's some odds just after 3, but considering we have Fed speakers at 3:25 and whatever time it was, like, I mean, we probably want to try breaking range before then. What's that alert that keeps going off? Was it this? Oh, they did trigger 38. Oh, this maybe could get a 4-2 retest in real time today. I don't know if it could or couldn't, but maybe it can. Lots of volatility coming in here at 250. I feel like I sold some of my MARA calls too early earlier. Can't believe how much that thing moved. So how important do you guys think 5-1, 5-2, 5-3 sticks are? Between like 14, 15. Remember earlier I said like these points in the day, you have to be trading around these ranges, and they didn't. Okay, they took it down. So this bull neutral range, remember? Okay, so how important do you think that it is that they do it during this period here? Super important, right? Because now they've tested both sides. Okay, look at how much they're stalling by, guys. Are you guys paying attention? 0.25, 0.25. Who's gonna win? Bulls stalled by 0.25 beneath 2275. Bears stalled 0.25 above 08. Do you see it? This is fair game here. I think the odds are going to be relative to which side breaks before 3. So usually if you can hit like a 75% ratio, odds are a bit higher for bulls. So you probably need at least like 67-18. Like at a minimum. There's some volatility coming in here at 5-2. Careful on MARA. There's a lot of volatility that just came in on that one. On that stick break.